Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. It's Friday, May 26th. If you're here, you've survived the week. And I guess if you're not here, well, then unfortunately you didn't survive the week. Or perhaps you've just got something better to do at 8:30 a.m. Couldn't imagine that. But yeah, welcome back, everyone. It's been a tumultuous week in markets. We've got debt ceiling stuff going on. We've got Nvidia breaking ridiculous records seemingly every single day. It's a very exciting time for markets. Rylar, welcome back. Were you able to get the bot working yesterday or last night?
Oh yeah, I figured it out. I was just doing something stupid, but I think I got it now.
Oh, that's perfect. All right, yeah, just trying to should probably make that bot a lot easier to use, but glad you're able to figure it out. Good morning, Josh. Good morning, as always. Glad to have you all here. But yes, the week is finally over. Am I alone in thinking that? And in thinking, like, goodness, thank God the weekend is over?
Good morning, everybody. And no, you're not alone. Hopefully the weekend is over, or it feels that way.
Oh, this would be a good time to mention that markets are closed on Monday, which, yes, means you can't trade, but also, more importantly even, means we won't be hosting this call on Monday morning, but we will be back on Tuesday. PB, I see your avatar is... Oh wait, hold on. What is this, Josh? News is we'll have a debt ceiling deal. Is that confirmed, or are we speculating here? And I'll be honest, a lot of the time I don't even go to search up the fact or not. I look at SPY, and SPY is looking pretty much flat. Green in pre-market by 0.05%, which leads me to believe that it's not confirmed. Quick Google search confirms that, saying, it's within sight. They're talking about it, blah, 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 all the stuff, which is just putting it nicely to say that they don't have a deal yet.
I really thought we were going to open lower because yesterday after hours, the market tanked for retail, also marijuana stocks. But it looks like we recovered.
I wonder why that is. I wonder what components are up in pre-market to counterbalance that. Usually I would say, well, if you're asking why is SPY going up, what you're really asking is why is Apple going up? But Apple is flattish, so not a huge driver of, SPY being ever so slightly green.
Looking at the market movers, it looks like AMD and Nvidia are the top ones for now.
That part doesn't make sense to me. AMD's AI support is much worse than Nvidia. And I'm wondering how much of this is because, graphics cards, they also do AI, and therefore AMD goes upseas.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's increased demand for the whole sector for all GPUs.
Well, it's sort of like saying a pickup truck is the same as a commercial van. Yes, they both haul goods, but one does it better than the other.
Fair, but if, some portion of regular consumers wanted to buy pickup trucks and they all got bought up by some big company?
It's not for consume. So in this hypothetical opinion, it would be for delivering products and goods.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So where Nvidia is the box truck or the van or the commercial van, they have the advantages over the pickup truck in that it's an enclosed environment. It's not likely to be impacted by rain or snow or sleet, whereas a pickup truck can carry a smaller load. Some of it can hang out the back, but also is exposed to the elements, and you have that trade-off. In that same vein, NVIDIA's investment into AI has created a semi-integrated ecosystem that should give them a huge advantage over AMD. What doesn't yet make sense to me, and perhaps someone could explain this in the comments or come up to talk, is how AMD's GPU-only capability can reasonably compete in this LLM space against Intel's more integrated ecosystem.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that. From a price perspective, they're both up 40% and almost like exactly the same 40% in the past month. So market very much
do a reverse pairs trade, and basically with the expectation the gap between Intel and AMD will increase, or between NVIDIA and AMD will increase.
reverse pair trade. I like it. Does anyone in, maybe listening have any thoughts on AMD, NVIDIA, their potential widening? That's the wrong word. Or have insight into the GPU usage for LLMs? If not, there's lots of other topics being discussed in the comments. BBBYQ, I don't know what there is to say. Big Lots. Intel.
Intel
sorry?
has prices on one of their I guess their gaming I don't know if you all saw that first thing this morning or late last night. They did. It was a big thing. But anyway, within a certain community, people I don't know much about this at all. I just wanted to ask this Marty actually, or Jeff, of you guys. I had heard that Apple might even be better positioned than AMD for a system in the mid to long term. Is that a possibility? In comparison to AMD, not in comparison to NVIDIA, of course. That's native for machine learning. Or yeah.
We were also heavily going for Ulta yesterday, or in favor of Ulta, and they tanked on earnings. So we got that one wrong.
What was the big miss there? What did we not anticipate correctly?
I mean, we were all
Korean imports for makeup are very strong for the cheaper segment and the mid segment, is my understanding. And JP Morgan's very strong with Cody.
One of the articles says that they're fighting organized retail theft.
I mean, 11 to 13% shrinkage in mall retail was the rigor when I knew it. I don't know anymore nowadays, but that's a very large shrinkage to me.
Tiger of Trades also adds that there was very low guidance, and that sucks. Can't do anything about that.
If anybody heard the TD Ameritrade thing, I thought it was very interesting that their Canadian segment did very well, they said. And then that National Bank of Canada today is, I believe, in earnings. I don't know. I thought those two things might be kind of interesting together to pursue.
Oh, and Costco had a surprise dip yesterday, and then completely recovered, just back to being flat.
Anyone catch what happened to PDD or
Timu?
Yes. Or actually, Booz Allen Hamilton, I was kind of wondering about too.
Did PDD report already? Because they're moving up just $1.
I thought they're reporting right now, but maybe not.
Oh, wait a minute. It says pre-market up 13% to 68. So
Anybody playing BAH though, as well? Whenever their earnings are, I think they're also right around now, huh? Opinion, I believe not national, correct, as well, or not a government bank. I had a debate with a Canadian this morning, very early, about this. He didn't know it either.
Yeah. We are very much tied into our favorite oligopolies, not
should
national
probably-
bank of Canada's.
Have we already announced that Monday markets are closed? Just as a reminder for everyone else.
Yes. Sorry, I got stuck in the chat menu. Yes, we have, but always very good to keep saying that again, because I'm sure, and I'd wager some WSB coin on it, that we would have people saying that.
Well, there's already been
What's going
people in the stocks channel saying, just wait till Monday when this happens, and then people reminding them that nothing will happen.
You know, I'm always thankful when it's a Monday that the markets are closed and not a Friday, because that trips people up significantly more.
I hate the half day on Friday. It comes on occasion. Or the half day on Thursday to end the week, at Thanksgiving time, I believe.
Oh, was PMI reporting today?
If it is, it should have already reported.
8:30 usually, right?
Yes. Let's see. Big economic indicators for today are,
A lot of
wow, retail sale. Oh, sorry. Durable goods, PCE, personal spending, and personal income. And most of those are, big
Yeah.
swing in durable goods orders. 1.1% actuals versus negative 1%.
Is that durable
Consensus.
or durable?
seem
Durable.
durable goods. The proctologist.
I heard gerbil as well. I don't know what you're doing with them.
So it
Oh,
says
goodness gracious.
year over year an increase of somebody put the article 4.7% year over year. Wow.
Paul's on gerbils.
Didn't they change the definition of gerbil goods?
Yeah.
No, genuinely, I
Gerbil
thought they
goods.
changed the definition to basically exclude what are now reclassified as consumables.
Very recently,
farm
I'd say.
equipment.
That's
So
interesting.
farm equipment, manufacturing equipment, other heavy equipment has all increased materially, but in the past were diluted by things like
Consumer.
I don't know which products specifically were reclassified, but there were some that once were durable goods, which have since become consumable goods.
Thank you for that, Hardy. That's very.
So I just want to flag that this can be an instance of goalpost shifting.
Yeah. I mean, that seems like why they would do that.
Especially for a shift that large.
Yeah. Hardy, we posted in the other chat. Did you happen, or did everybody happen to see the TSMC deal in Germany going down for the plant?
Was that confirmed?
The
I thought it was just an application to create a plant, not yet an approval.
follow up on it came out right. Let's see. They had updated the article from last night or early this morning, but I don't feel it. I don't feel it was 100% confirmed yet either. But they had updated some things in it though. Let me find the follow up. The subsidies were actually being lined up in place for it by the German government. So that was the update. Not anything solid with the agreement between the two. Well, you guys, you all have a good day. I have to go because I'm not at home today.
Me too. Did anybody hop into that gap play that I played yesterday?
I missed it.
I bought $9 call options for the 16th of June and $10. A few of them. Should be maybe rocking this morning, depending on what happens in the markets here. They're up. They're only up 68 cents. They were up over $1.10 last night, but after hours. But we'll see what happens.
Your mic is a little quiet for me. I don't know if it's just me though.
Yeah, I know. Probably because I got it on a cushion right now.
Oh,
Better now? Bit better?
still the same.
Is it? Some people have me turned down.
No, not me. Hey, PP, did you have any bank plays? I heard you talking about that yesterday. Are you away from keyboard?
No, I'm here just researching right now.
Nice.
Bank plays. Oh, other than whoever's holding, I gotta look up the bank. I forgot the ticker. I'll post it in a few seconds. Whoever's holding those notes that were sold to from Pac West, that's my play. Whoever's holding those, I forgot how much, 21 billion of CMBS that were sold to. They're basically catching a falling knife for that.
Jamie Dimon says he expects more banks to fall and will probably buy them all. I wonder what impact that will have. Where did Hardy go?
I'm still here,
Oh. There you are.
but I don't have any plays at the moment, mainly because the volume on pretty much all the tickers across Gamma Max and Delta Neutral has been down dramatically. So I need VIX basically to come back up. I don't see that.
You think
happening
that
for a
has to do
while.
with the debt ceiling talks?
The fact that VIX is low, and the fact that implied volatility across the board is low, suggests that the market expects the debt ceiling problem to be resolved. Otherwise, you would have high VIX and high implied volatility because of the uncertainty of a default. But it appears to be a consensus that there will not be a default. This is just, what's the term? Chest thumping or posturing to look tough on the other party.
That's exactly what I've been thinking. Like the last time this happened, it was last minute pandering to their base so that they think that they're getting what they asked for with like reduced taxes and whatnot, and then they make a deal just so that the country doesn't crumble.
You're talking about 2011, they had a number of continuing resolutions that just went on month after month after month, like 30-day continuing resolutions to keep it going. Hopefully that doesn't happen again.
along the
Unfortunately, it's
same.
not. Sorry, unfortunately, it's not a ticker, but big news on the Elon Musk side is Neuralink received approval from the FDA to initiate clinical trials in humans of their brain implants designed to help people that have physical disabilities to be able to walk again and move their limbs again. So there's really no ticker to play on that at this point, but it is interesting news.
Surprised by that, even after all the outrage, but just goes to show you that one, public outrage maybe does not matter that much to regulating bodies, and two, when it comes to anything that's closer to like end of life or terminal, where you can get like those emergency waivers, I think you can really get fast tracked if your application is big enough. So what that means, I guess, for biotech companies is there should be a little bit of a premium for drugs that are targeting, anything terminal or anything that can get that like life-saving waiver that allows them to end, their phase 3 trials early. And I think that's probably what, if Neuralink ends up producing anything that, can actually have measurable success, you'll probably end up seeing them have their phase 3 kind of like partway waived. Though I'm not sure if that would apply here, since I assume they're building some kind of like device, but I think so.
Yeah, it's an implant in the brain that shunts the broken connection between the nerves that have incapacitated people. And it was pretty interesting. I saw some videos on how they tested it with pigs, and they're able to like plot specific muscles and nerves to certain parts of the brain, and that's how they connect them together. So you can potentially walk again if you're not able to walk at this point. And it's a device; it's not a drug. But I'm sure there's drugs involved to help with it.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing what's possible. I think also recently there was a breakthrough that allowed to people to or doctors to reverse like a particular version of blindness, actually, where if you had like a genetic disease that caused your blindness, you could actually reverse it and let you see again.
Yes, I heard something about that too. Very interesting.
And so basically the whole thing that I was saying earlier about like phase 3 is like at some point it becomes inhumane to keep the people who are placebo, or I guess who don't have access to this. It becomes inhumane to not let them have access to this treatment once you realize that, oh, it's actually working, it's actually safe, and it actually improves outcomes. And so the trial just ends and you're ready to go to market.
Let's hope Neuralink goes public soon. I'm sure if they get approval on this,
that's a terrible idea. Because if Neuralink goes public, Musk will just make more promises that he delivers late. And all it takes, at least in Neuralink's case, is the first human casualty because of negligence to really tank the stock. Personally, I prefer if the Starlink subsidiary goes public, so then it can be valued as a utility or as a network provider, similar to someone like Cloudflare or Verizon or OC3.
Elon Musk is notorious for focusing on safety. When they developed the SpaceX spaceships, that was one of their top concerns. Same thing with the cars. He seems to have a humanitarian vein that runs through him.
Do you have proof of that? Because with SpaceX in particular, a lot of the safety protocols that NASA had developed in the wake of the shuttle program were ignored. A good example, the most recent example, is the necessity of a flame trench when they were launching Starship.
They don't risk human lives. They have done things that have gone outside of the regulations, so to speak, even to the point of not getting approval to launch completely. But they've never put human lives at risk. And Elon has stated that several times, that their top priority is safety. And their track record kind of shows it. I mean, they haven't lost any human lives yet, and they've done quite a few launches.
I'm sure someone else has the numbers, but how many people have ridden Soyuz versus Shuttle versus Dragon?
What are all these?
Leopard, I did see that headline, and I'm surprised.
Oh, these are crazy numbers from the article Leapin posted. Now, granted, if you look at the top bestsellers, the first one might be Tesla, but then the next four seem to be Toyota. So it's not all doom and gloom for the legacy manufacturers, but damn.
But that's Tesla overtakes Corolla. That's mostly through financing, right?
You're
Most of the
saying government
customers finance
subsidy?
that. Say that again, Hardy?
You're saying government subsidy? Because I believe the
No,
bulk
just
of those
lending
sales were
financing.
not in the U.S. That is to say, what helped the Model Y cross Corolla was, I believe, China and European sales.
Yeah, I think there is a little bit of a bias here because how many, for example, sedans any given legacy manufacturer makes versus how many sedans Tesla makes. But I don't know. I truly did not expect Tesla to pull this kind of thing and
Right, Tesla's
levels.
costs more than the Corolla, right? So most of their customers have high spending power, I'm assuming.
Right on. So is there a play with Tesla? Or especially as Elon Musk might, unfortunately, fortunately, start moving its Elon Musk might be refocusing his time on Tesla. And Jefferson pointed out that Tesla's biggest competitor just filed for delisting. And of course, I'm talking about the incredibly innovative Nikola that uses gravity-propelled driving.
Opinion. Be nice.
The Nikola episode was just so funny, so hilarious to me. Like, I'm just still shocked that it happened.
No, right. The thought that they for even for 1 minute thought they could get away with it is just incredibly beyond belief.
Are you talking about when they pushed it?
Well, they didn't push it; just gravity took it. It was just gravity drive.
Yeah, it's like the Wizard of Oz.
I don't know why Kush wants me to say Sudan again, but Sudan.
It's because with your Canadian accent, it's like it's got a little fanciness to it.
It does it. All right.
Sudan.
Just the right amount of fancy.
As much fancy as a curl it deserves. Skuld, are you in the cornfields?
Oh, yeah, I'm afraid I'm in the corn. Sorry. That's why
No
I'm in
worries.
and out.
Whenever
What's
you're
up?
ready, hop on back and tell us your plays. Very curious to hear them.
Yeah, I'll be back.
No rush. And Maggie, how are you?
Good morning, Canuck. Happy Friday, TGIF.
GIF. Did you have a good trading week so far? Any
I did,
trades?
but now I'm just
Ooh.
staring at Tilray. It's down 24%. I can't. I'm just staring at it. I can't think of anything else. Did you see it? Look at it.
You thinking of going into Tilray?
Didn't like all cannabis stocks decline heavily?
I mean, yep, but this is a little different. It's a little different. I'm just curious what's going on. 24%. It's quite significant.
Or in overall.
I don't know. It's a lot of weird movement. But also, oil is way down. Natural gas. Pre-market's acting funny. But the other side, otherwise, the week was great. Other than it was the first time all year I didn't play Nvidia earnings, so that was fun. We need a lot of money. I'm curious to see how Big Lots is going to open up. Oh, what's going on with Upstart? Weird movement. I think there's a filing.
Big Lots is getting murdered.
Yeah, they're down 20%, right? That's going to be good for my spread. I'm excited. I think I sold at the 10 and then for the calls and then bought at the $5 puts.
That's good.
Should be nice.
So
Yeah.
Big Lots essentially is also taking the worst approach. They're blaming everything but themselves for the bad EPS and their poor performance.
I don't think Silver had earnings, did they? Maybe they did. I didn't know.
That's how it should be.
That's ugly. Loss is 710. EPS 340. Loss of 340. Ooh.
Tilray went down because they're offering a convertible debt that's going to dilute the shares of the stock.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
That's why. So I guess they're selling a $150 million convertible senior note that can be converted into shares, and it's going to dilute if they're converted, it's going to dilute the stock. So there was a massive gap down at right around 8:30 this morning in Litecoin and Bitcoin. I'm guessing that's related to the PCE numbers being released and the likelihood that the Fed's going to raise by another 0.25%.
Oh, what time did you notice that? I noticed it gapping up, like early morning.
Right at 8:30, there's a massive red candle on Litecoin and Bitcoin. I mean, they just drop below the one standard deviation.
Was it in relation to how much they were moving though up? Because they were moving up pretty steadily all night.
Well, it went lower than it moved up, but now it's back up again to where it was. So it is moving back up again, but I think that's related to releasing the PCE numbers.
And they're also having the Bitcoin NFT coming out, right? The ordinals. Not sure how that's gonna affect or if it will affect the price.
I think I'm just going to take the day off from trading today. I have no idea what's going to happen with the debt ceiling over the weekend.
Yeah, go to the beach.
I think so.
No,
I think
everyone
You
else
don't-
is going to the beach.
Didn't someone
Next
say they're
week.
gonna make a decision today?
No,
Or
do.
it's another article speculating that a decision will be made
Oh,
based on tea leaves or whatever they were using as their basis.
Anybody's playing Hibbit.
I'm more interested to know what's going to happen when the Fed funds rate comes out. And I also want to see confirmation of my thesis that net of the severance package and the actual layoffs, will unemployment rate start materially increasing?
They already have though in tech.
No, they
Where
have
else do you want
not.
them?
Unemployment rate requires someone to be out of work and filing for unemployment benefits. Now, because of all the severance packages and because during layoffs the WARN Act requires 60 days notice, a person that was laid off or who was included as part of the layoff announcements in November was on payroll through to the end of January, and then on top of that received 5 months on average severance, which brings us
Yeah,
to
I know a
May
lot
or
of them.
June.
Yeah, they all got about 6 months,
So
8 months.
that then means at least that cohort of workers will not represent the unemployment numbers until May or June, and that's
That's a good
assuming
point.
they don't get a new job in that time.
So then severance like prevents unemployment?
It's not to prevent, it is the company paying out to basically say, in lieu of paying the unemployment agency or state agency for unemployment to then pay you a reduced unemployment amount, here is a check in exchange for promising not to file a claim against us, whatever the terms are, to float you for however many months that the severance agreement is for. Think of it as a predetermined payout formula, sort of like a divorce or a prenup. Either way, it keeps people off the unemployment rolls. And I think part of the reason why companies do that is if too many people are laid off or fired or otherwise added to unemployment from that company, their unemployment insurance goes up. So it's not as altruistic as it may seem at first glance.
Nothing is.
So I'm anticipating material increases in unemployment Q3 unless something changes. I am noticing a lot of roles or a lot of people who used to work at Fangula are getting new jobs at second and third tier tech companies. Think Fortune, let's say 200 to 700, that for one reason or another could not afford to compete against Fang for cloud technology talent. So those who are forced to find a new job quickly, basically with H-1B, are likely ending up there in roles paying 2/3 what they used to earn, and with coworkers who are maybe 1/3 as competent.
Paramount B shares are up 8% pre-market. Which one is that? Is that Viacom Paramount or is that Warner Brothers Discovery? Because there was Viacom K and was there 3 Viacoms? I think there was.
Unemployment claims comes out on Thursday next week. So if that's materially increased, that should be useful. Friday
So an
next
increase is bullish for the stock market, correct?
week. No, bearish. If the number of unemployment claims goes up, then the Fed may be forced to increase rates again. Jay Powell has explicitly stated that unemployment rate is what they need to see go up.
I always thought it was the opposite because don't they want the market to feel pain?
They want to slow down the economy, and one measure of slowing down the economy is increasing unemployment. Because when the economy slows down, consumption slows down with it, and then a company's need for employees to fill a reduced order flow also goes down, which means unemployment goes up. That all makes sense?
Yeah. So if there's more people working, though, doesn't that mean that there's not enough pain inflicted in the economy to slow it down?
Some of it
I
is
hate-
healthy. That's
I
a
hate
fair
to use the
assessment.
term pain, but basically the economy right now is very much debt run. So if you look at pretty much every major company, their free cash flow is increasingly used to do debt service or pay interest on their loans. The
I see, yeah.
expectation then is that by increasing the cost of those loans, these companies are forced to cut costs, which means layoffs, or increase margins where they can, partly. And partly that's why they're blaming it all on inflation. But either way, Jay Powell, I'm expecting the Fed to continue a potential rate hike, especially if the unemployment rate reported Friday, June 2, does not materially change from the current rate of the current official rate of 3.4%.
Next week, I saw it's pretty light on earnings in the beginning of the week. I think I saw confirmed so far was Salesforce, CrowdStrike, Chewy.
The one I'm waiting for is GameStop. I'm a little surprised they haven't officially announced when the next earnings announcement will be.
I thought it was. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, they didn't confirm. They did the shareholder meeting.
The shareholder meeting has been formally announced elsewhere, but it's not in in GameStop's press releases. For context, last year, the earnings announcement was made on May 23 for June 1.
Right.
This year's announcement hasn't yet been made.
I'm so excited to see you excited, Hardy.
Well, it's a problem because one of the trades that has been consistently working for me is buying an at-the-money strangle on GameStop the day they announced the press release.
Oh yeah, that's a simple one, sure. That's what I do with earnings. Strangle, but I cover my strangles.
I usually sell the winning one just before the actual earnings drop because usually
the
price goes one.
Correct.
So if I buy a strangle,
the winning one.
not what I mean. If I buy a strangle and the price moves in one direction, one leg of the strangle is profitable, the other isn't. So I'll sell the profitable leg to recover my capital as much as possible. And if the earnings report goes well and the losing leg prints, cool, I made money both ways. If not,
But
it's
sometimes
also
it's
okay.
better to just close the whole thing, honestly.
Oh, absolutely.
Because of your time, you know?
I agree, because of IV Crush, but that's dependent largely on
Right.
how much value I lose in the strangle net of the anticipated IV Crush.
Right, like Zoom, I left it open because I thought I have a really high chance of getting the other side. But, like, you know, it depends completely on what you think is going to happen.
Coco, I don't see any official press release on GameStop's investor relations website announcing the actual earnings date. I know that most places are saying it's May 30, but I
To the
haven't found
moon! Sorry. Woo! I got my coffee now.
TradingView now says it's June 1, which
I
I
thought it
guess
was May
makes sense.
30th. But yeah, I mean, I think it's somewhere around. I think it's not confirmed, but it's supposedly at the very last week there. Which I think is like a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday.
I wouldn't say that yet, Cheesecake. What I've been doing is I've been selling volatility against GameStop. However, IV on GameStop has been decreasing materially because of all the nothing burgers that have come through.
What do you mean? You mean the 50% rise on the last earnings?
That has nothing to do with implied volatility.
Well, it certainly did spike the implied volatility afterwards.
Not really. That run from 18 to 23, IV actually went down.
It really went to 27, technically.
Couch Lion, I have not published half on a double plays for today or yesterday, largely because there aren't really any good plays. The VIX overall has gone down, and so a lot of Vega-based plays no longer work, or I'm forced to dig even deeper down the barrel to find plays that have a high enough open interest and a high enough implied volatility to make the probability of profit worthwhile.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've been buying a lot of shares and holding right now, but what do you think about like Russell right now? Do you feel bearish or bullish on the Russell?
I don't feel anything. The thesis that I had mentioned in the past on the Russell specifically is that as a result of the rebalancing, certain stocks will go up because their shares are being bought for inclusion into the Russell. Other shares will be sold off because they are overweight in the Russell index. Thanks to a lot of the apes here on WallStreetBets, we've identified a list of stocks that have outperformed the Russell and are therefore likely to have their weights reduced, that are over 100% institutionally owned, which means institutions will be doing the offloading as part of the algorithm which makes up the Russell index. And of the institutions that hold it, a lot of the institutional holdings are ETF companies, or companies who, or institutions that participate in ETF arbitrage, buying up the shares which make up one block of the ETF share, and then selling the ETF share in the open market.
Mm-hmm. Is it kind of like similar to what Carl Icahn did? Like, is it? I know he had like the wealth fund.
It has nothing to do with Carl Icahn or
it's
what
very
his
different.
work is.
Okay.
His
what is his considered? Is it a wealth fund?
Icahn is basically a discretionary fund posing as a public company that pays a very strong dividend.
Ah, okay, gotcha. I kind of actually really explained it very well. Thank you. I don't know what discretionary means, but I can figure it out.
He does whatever the fuck he wants without any rules.
Yeah, that's what I figured you meant.
They're trying to put him in the grave is what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, he's already there.
Because someone at Hindenburg got pissed off at Icahn. I'm curious to see how Icahn will fight back.
Me too. Very curious. So it's fun is the one who's gonna suffer.
So for those in the comments, what other questions do you have? Yeah, you know, Lorax, I live with myself, so I always hear myself talking. You get used to it. The Excel file, the Google Sheet file is kept up to date because of Google Finance, wall of junk. So feel free to go there and revisit it to see. Remember the 3 dimensions. The first is the ticker needs to outpace the Russell. So we have the Russell's return and then the ticker's return. The ticker needs to have a large amount of institutional ownership by institutions that participate in ETF arbitrage. There are some tickers on that list that have large ownership by what appear to be family offices or private equity type funds. So you have to be very careful.
Like, what about
Not
Nordstrom,
to-
for example? Would that be
I don't know. Check the sheet. I don't believe they're on that list.
okay? Yeah, where is that sheet? That sounds
So the
great.
second-
I understand.
Okay, can someone please put the link to the Russell due diligence in the chat and tag Meggie? The third is that daily volume relative to, let's call it 20-day average volume relative to the institutional holdings should be as low as possible. That is to say, it takes multiple days of volume to rebalance that stock. The third dimension will need to be measured over the next roughly week and a half, 2 weeks. And thank you, Hands Like Paper. The third dimension will need to be measured as we enter into June, so we can figure out which tickers are the most likely to move as a result of that rebalancing. The first day of rebalancing is, I believe, the second Thursday in June. So we want to make sure we get all our ducks in a row before then. Coco, I anticipate buying puts sometime around June 15 for mid-July or August expiration. Who else had a question? Individual gas. If the earnings triangle doesn't move a lot, then I'll close the position for a loss, especially if the calculated IV crush is too high. I do have now something like 3 years of contract level end of day options data, and so I'm able to use that in conjunction with previous earnings announcements and run-ups to see the expansion and contraction of implied volatility. So if the expected implied volatility increase multiplied by the vega of the combined options position is greater than the theta at the time, you can expect a similar increase today. However, instances of that happening are relatively rare, and only for the meme stocks for whom the buyers of those options are largely price insensitive. They just want a ticket at any price on the rocket, even if it's a flop. So, recent examples include Bed Bath & Beyond, GameStop, AMC, before all the dilution. Okay, so Blackfire, the whole premise of half on a double is that I'm using option open interest of a given ticker to create a hypothetical portfolio to try and give me insight into what price produces the highest portfolio level gamma and a delta and at what price the delta of the portfolio is 0. These are generally important price points for institutions because sometimes it's cheaper to manipulate the price of the underlying stock than it is to buy more options to hedge a current position, especially if the price of the underlying reaches gamma max. And then as we approach delta neutral, it is sometimes there will be at least one cohort that thinks the price of the options at delta neutral are over or underpriced relative to the underlying, and so it's sometimes rare for a stock to stay at delta neutral long. The way to play the strategy that I use for half on a double is to look at the reaction of a stock price and it's either gamma max or delta neutral. The expectation is that if the price reacted a certain way multiple times in the past, then it's reasonable to expect a repeat of that pattern in the future as soon as the cross happens. I'm working on some additional analysis to show summary statistics of those crosses, and I'll probably end up having that published to half on a double automatically, so I don't have to come up with plays every single day. That way, you can then, based on the historical move, however far back you want to look, you can pick from that menu of plays and then run it through maybe optionstrat.com or one of the other option pricing tools. So you can figure out at what price it's a good entry, or at what option, or what, based on the distribution of outcomes, let's say from -2% to +15% in the stock move, you can then price your option contract so that in 95% of outcomes, you expect to break even or turn a profit. Can someone please summarize the Russell strategy for 23 Mu? Mr. Java, let's see. I'm not explicitly market bearish, but I'm of the opinion that certain stocks within the market are overextended. If you were to take the distribution of the entire S&P 500 and measure each individual ticker's market return year to date, almost the entirety of the S&P 500's gains are because of tech and tech adjacent industries. I'm of the opinion there will be some form of mean reversion. But so far the market has been a little more irrational than I'm willing to pay.
Especially
So
the
there
last
will
couple of
come a-
days.
I agree. There will come a point in time where the high flyers will come back to the mean and the underperformers will come up to the mean. I don't know when that time is, but I'm trying to prepare my portfolio or position my portfolio to take advantage of that when it does happen. I don't anticipate, Mr. Java, a needle pop requiring SPY level or index level circuit breakers. I anticipate a relatively slow bleed that will only just barely outpace the implied volatility and theta.
Hardy, quick question before the bell. Is there like one resource you use to like check the most for like up to the second trends, things that are changing? Like, when you see like spikes in IV or like high IV or low IV.
That depends on your willingness to pay for up to the second data and the compute power to process it.
Like, which of those you value the most of all of those things that you can pay for?
You need the data at the end of the day. So I pay a very hefty premium on the order of 5 figures a month to get that data in roughly near real time.
It's very expensive, okay.
It's worth it for me.
One more minute.
Pump it up, pump that gap up. Oh yeah, they're pumping her up right before the bell here, boys.
J-Dog, I suggest you look for previous AMAs and Q&As that I've hosted. If you search Reddit, you should be able to find a couple that I hosted back in August last year. And I probably should host another one reasonably soon. Right now I'm dealing with Noah, my 1-year-old, and he's been more than a handful. Our current nanny is leaving for another family, which is fine. Shorter commute, I completely understand. But we've been dealing with finding a new nanny with whom the kid, how do I put this? A new nanny that who's willing to accept the amount I'm willing to pay them, whom the kid likes, and who also agrees with the style of parenting Anita, my wife, and I prefer. So it's an unfortunate balancing act.
You're gonna be fine. I have a really good feeling about it.
Good luck with that, Hardy.
I'm fucking tired, brah.
You want me to ask the Magic 8 Ball?
Magic 8 Ball said try again tomorrow.
I have it right here. Mine's actually Magic with a K.
No wonder.
Yes, wonder.
Dole is at a 52-week high.
Dark Per, I used to, but the cost of the insurance plus the garage, not worth it. So if I need to get my driving itch out, I'll go to a track and rent a Lambo for the day.
I'm excited about all your Lambo and GME talk. I gotta tell you, Artie, I'm getting a little excited. You get me? What strikes have you been picking? How well did you do on that 50% earnings swing up?
So, Mr. Java, the reason why the interest rate of the treasury bills affects everything is because most companies, including non-banks, are in the interest of arbitrage. They will borrow at whatever rate, let's say 2%, and then invest that money in something that returns more than 2%. So then at that point, you could borrow however many hundreds of billions of dollars, use that same hundreds of billions of dollars to buy into stuff, and then keep what's called the spread, the difference between the returns you receive and the interest you pay. That's partly the reason for the massive increase in the price of single-family homes. Most single-family homes are paying cap rates of 4 to 5%. And at the time, loans were being given out at 1.25% to 2% at the institutional level. So that's why the treasury interest rate affects everything. With the interest rate currently at 5.25%, it then means that the borrowing costs are effectively 5.5% to 6%. And so these companies who are using this levered play now need to find investments that return a minimum 9% or so in order for the spread, minus whatever risks are associated with that spread, to make sense. And very few assets have legitimate returns at scale in excess of 9%. Turning 1 million into 2 million is far easier than turning 1 billion into 2 billion. Actually, Mr. Java, that's not entirely true. That's precisely what's been going on. If you look at the drawdown in bank deposits and then measure it with the increase in holdings of T-bills, you'll find it's almost a perfect -1 correlation. That is to say, money that left deposit accounts went into T-bills, because it's a lot easier for a company or for an institution to make that money 5% risk-free versus trying to take a lot extra risk for, let's call it 6.25%. There's a mismatch between the returns of an investment and the borrowing cost.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I was a little tied up. I couldn't come up. Yeah, no, thank you for that explanation. Like I said, I just hadn't seen that move, I guess, quite per se, but I mean, you're, I guess, a little bit more on the actual numbers of that move.
That move is definitely happening among the high net worth and ultra high net worth individuals. And the main reason why I know this is because a bunch of them have signed up for one of the startups that I advise treasury product. Because remember, bank accounts are only insured up to $250,000. The Treasury has promised, pinky swear, that they will guarantee deposits. But again, pinky swear. And so it's...
Pinky swear?
It's in the interest of these ultra high net worth people to move at least a good portion of their money into Treasury bills, because 5% risk-free on $1 billion, not bad.
Yeah, no, I agree. Actually, no, it's 6% on 21 days for June, right?
Correct, but they're not getting 6% on $1 billion. They're getting 4 and change. That's 6%. If you try to invest more than I want to say $500,000, you'll be prevented from buying more.
Gotcha.
Anything you guys are looking at today morning? Anything you guys are in yet? Any plays that I missed? Hello? Did you guys hear my question? Can you guys hear me?
Sorry about that. I'm looking at another question someone else just sent me. I
apologize.
Oh
yeah, no worries, gentlemen, no worries. I was just wondering who's in what.
What are you talking about, Java? I only hear you.
Oh, you actually legitimately don't hear the other guy talking?
No, of course I do. Hey, Slide. Short answer, calls on Silicon and Silicon adjacent companies, puts on everything else. Also, for anyone who has aspirations to own a Ferrari or a Lambo, not worth it, unless you have the infrastructure to store and maintain it. Can't park that shit on the street.
I got a new ticker. New Scale. They make modular small nuclear reactors, and just got approval from the government with relying on for all these things. Apparently, you can retrofit coal plants with them, which I find very exciting. The ticker is SMR, Sierra Mike Romeo. I've been working for a little while, and I've been watching for a little while as well. And I think that they're going to start going places. When I say going places, I mean up. And then the other one is Target is under a boycott right now. An article came out saying that they've lost $9 billion so far because of the boycott. I don't know how accurate that is, but I might want to step into some puts because I've made some pretty good money on Budweiser, Anheuser-Busch puts, and I might do it, might not. But I got some at the money July expiry puts on my watch list.
That reminds me, I need to refresh my GameStop short contracts.
Okay, let me buy some calls then. Where are you going?
Opening up my brokerage accounts.
I'll do it in a purple pool.
The United's just posted a thing and tagged me in it about trade block winding down their institutional investorship into crypto. I've also seen Apex Crypto, which is Apex Clearinghouse's crypto division, which operates along with Webull, and they're also closing out some coins, which is a smart idea to do it now when the price is so low, because they most likely never even had these assets in the first place.
No, he didn't. I'm gonna drink some coffee.
Some
We need to
coffee?
spice up this Friday. We got to spice up the Friday with some coffee. Is it June on Monday yet? No, not yet, right?
Nah, not yet.
Oh, thank God. That'd be weird.
Be some shit.
No, it didn't die yet, Kingdom. Oh my God, Six Flags Adventure. That did great lately. I'm reading the comments now. That was a great stock rise. It's actually a good point. How much Six Flags went up. What else is there? Dorney Park.
Maggie, where are you from?
I'm from Brooklyn.
Ah, I can tell.
I'm walking here. I'm gonna put some coffee in my mug.
Wow, that's
Nice.
definitely that Brooklyn accent.
So we're all neighbors then.
I couldn't point Brooklyn on a map.
You
You
could
can't
what?
point to Brooklyn on the map. It's a fucking fish head.
I could not point to it on a map. I couldn't tell you where any of the boroughs are. I don't give a fuck about the East Coast, but I'm trying to learn.
Wow. Oh, hey.
Hey, West Coast,
Damn.
West Coast.
I think I need your fucking your East Coast banter like I need a hole in my head.
California's gonna burn.
You have to say that in a California accent.
California's
Kinda
gonna burn, dude.
I like I like burn, you know, like probably it's gonna like burn, but it probably might not burn, but like it could burn, and then if it does burn, then it burn.
Right, can I tell you guys
California.
a situation that happened at Walmart that hasn't happened before?
Walmart?
That's WMT. Is that the ticket? WMT, Wet Monkeys Train.
I'm at Walmart, and there is no real cashiers. All those real cashier lines are empty. No one's in them. It's all
Right?
scanned.
I know. I'm so
And I asked
angry.
the
It
lady,
takes an hour.
I asked the manager. He said it's a corporate decision now. So now corporate's decision is to put no people on and just have all scanned and self checkout.
Wonder why all the thefts there, eh?
Puts on Walmart.
Actually, it's funny. Wait, sorry, hold on. It's funny that you bring this up because this is a topic that I explicitly wanted to address today. The birth of the digital economy and shrinkage related to Ulta's earnings call.
I think shrinkage is a game just to close down stores.
Agreed.
Look, a couple more years, we'll see. 5 will definitely know what's going on. You know what's going on. $400 million loss in Target. I mean, but Walmart, with what's going on, you know what's going on.
Well, I think they're hiding some of the I even think they're hiding some of the boycott numbers underneath the shrinkage numbers. It's
shrinkage.
Shrinkage is the stealing of product
No, it's a Seinfeld joke somebody made in the chat.
I know.
Well, I didn't mean to cut you off because I want to hear what you have to say.
If you're talking about me, I'm just saying that it's going to be. Look, their online is huge. You get anything you want to get from anywhere. It seems. I mean, starters, anything, in no time. They're. I just think they're cutting back. It's going to be all automation and all that kind of thing going on. You have a great point about the situation with the electronic things.
I mean, if you look at what's happening in China, right? I mean, they do a lot of e-commerce, but they do a lot of buying in store too. And there's all this, surveillance technology coupled with the contactless payments that they've been doing forever. I mean, that seems like the way it might go. You might just get more surveillance for in-store transactions in the U.S. To offset the increased chance of somebody stealing when they don't have a cashier staring them in the eye.
Are you saying multi-billion-dollar company doesn't have the right theft protection in line? Come on.
Yeah, right now, I mean,
dude, it's not about.
Yeah, sorry.
It has the best.
It's not about theft. It's not about theft protection. It's about the legalities of enforcing it.
Exactly. Like, it's going to cost the company more to tackle the person running out of the store with the pair of Nikes than it is just to take that loss, because the person's definitely going to sue. But I think with surveillance technology, you'll be able to get them after the fact. You'll have sort of enforcement by deterrence.
That's how Target does it. They wait until they'll let you come back multiple times. They'll let you get over $1,000, then it becomes a felony. Then they just send the cops to your house, and then they can prosecute. Because if it's less than 1,000, there's no chance of prosecution in most cities.
Is that why Target is $400 million claimed for loss in 2022? $400 million?
Probably. I'd like to know what the other stores average compared to that, though.
That's a real number. Look it up. It's a real number for 2023. $400 million in loss.
So I have a large rant about this that I would like to say, but it might take a little while. So if anybody has anything else to bring up before I begin, do it.
Before you begin, can you cut it in half?
Can I what?
Can you make it half as long?
I can try.
Okay, go.
I'm getting out the slut spoiler crystal ball here, and I'm going to tell you what's going to happen and the way that we're navigating. So back in 2010, 2011, there was a huge major shift in the way that we started constructing these buildings, like these Walmarts and these Targets and retail centers. We started using double cinder blocks with reinforced quadruple rebar. These things are built like fortresses. There's no windows. There's 2 exits for fire in the back. And then there's one large windowed double doors in the front. This thing is built like a total impenetrable fortress, and the amount of people who subsidize their income based on what they call boosting, which is stealing from the stores and then flipping it online, is not calculated into any kind of economic report ever. It's all just hidden through insurance. The losses that these companies are realizing is hidden through insurance and shrinkage and faulty manufacturing and trying to get as much money as they can through those kind of means. And what they're going to start doing is they're going to start making, and they're already starting to do it now, which is they're going to start amplifying in the media how much of a problem shrinkage is. And you're going to start seeing this problem happen more and more and more. And they're already claiming that they're shutting down Walmarts in certain areas outside of Detroit or in Michigan because the crime rate is so high that like even these large mega stores cannot make a profit, and they're like the laws that are in place are basically affecting all stores. But the way that these larger stores have an advantage is that they are going to close down and they're going to become warehouses for digital retail ship. And they're going to have them deliver your whatever they're going to shop for you physically and then deliver it to your car out in the parking lot. And this is why Walmart and Target this is another way that they are going to swallow up their competition of mom and pop shops.
Oh man, I was hoping they were going to turn them into FEMA camps, like the conspiracy theorist said.
They did test a robotic manager that went around checking for what needs to be on the shelf, putting it on the shelf, telling you what's going on. So they tested that also about a couple of years, well, before pandemic. So I guess about 4 years ago. Sorry, it doesn't put things on shelves. It goes around saying what's needed.
I think Home Depot is doing something similar. I'd say Home Depot has a pretty good mention.
Home Depot's already built like a warehouse, so it's pretty. So yeah, it'd be pretty convenient. But really, the major price stuff is usually like hair products are huge, makeup is huge for stealing, toothpaste and like hygiene stuff, tampons, add like pills, like painkillers, vitamins, these kind of things.
A few months ago, a team of kids hit the Rite Aid. Like 30 of them ran in with garbage bags and completely emptied almost the entire store. I went in there, I thought they were closing. I was like, "You guys closing?" He's like, "No, man, we just got raided by some kids." I'm like, "Wow, that's fucking crazy."
Yeah, you're gonna see it happen more and more.
Yeah, I've noticed CVS hasn't been doing too good in the past couple of years. They have one location in Philly near Torresdale Avenue where it's just been empty for years, and they signed a lease for like $50 million or something crazy. So they're just sitting on an empty lot with like homeless people living in there. It's like a disaster. There's quite a few CVSs that closed up like that. And they just recently, the Santander branch closed as well.
What's the latest with Disney?
So the product that gets, hold on one sec. The shrink, yeah, sure, shrinkage includes the shipping, but you can blame your shipper and have them pay for the lost product. So it doesn't really make the books. But what I'm trying to say is that the amount of people who subsidize themselves through stealing is like unfucking real. And when they actually start shutting down all these stores and switch to digital only, you're gonna see crime rate like you've never seen it before. It's gonna be a complete fucking collapse.
People just
What's going on with Disney though? Bro, Disney's in trouble, man. There is a little bit of bullish news, I guess. There's some crazy rumors that I don't want to be responsible for saying, but there's a writer strike going on right now, and Disney can actually use this to their advantage if they play it right, which is getting rid of protected class workers, people under contract, by issuing a force majeure and using that to breach contract and also kind of sidestep the public opinion of.
Are you talking about the general strike that's going on in writing, or what?
Yeah,
something separate at Disney. Okay, the industry.
It's
industry-wide writing affects everybody, but it affects nobody because they've been trying to get unions for the movie industry for a long time, man.
It affects everybody, but it's affecting Disney specifically not well, I guess, and that's because the way that they make their movies, they do something called scrapbooking, which is where they'll actually film a scene multiple times with different lines, and then they edit it all together later.
How do you know? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Are you calling?
Slut has traveled through time. He knows all.
Are you legitimately
How do you know
asking
that-
me, or are you trying to say I'm full of bullshit?
No. I'm asking. How do you know that they do different lines when they do production of Disney?
I know.
Well, I've worked on Disney productions on crew, and I've never seen that, and I'm on set. But I mean, that's just me. Maybe it happens somewhere else.
It's a thing that they do a lot with specifically Indiana Jones and Star Wars. It's a Kathleen Kennedy thing, and I don't know. Maybe they call it something else. I've heard the term referred to as scrapbooking, and the way that I know is hold on just one second.
He's wavering. I'm just kidding.
The once promising director, Kathleen Kennedy. I need to get rid of her. Her hot streaks.
I'm not wavering. I'm making chocolate pancakes. The way I heard it was from an ex-writer from Disney who does interviews about the insider leaks from Disney and stuff. His name is Harvey Keitel, something like that. Anyways, they can use this to their advantage if they're smart about it, and they can use it as a force majeure to fire off undesirable people or get rid of a lot of their writers, which is something that they need to do, and hopefully some of their board members.
Are we talking union? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are we talking union people you think they're going to fire? Do you know the history of the union, meaning the Teamsters and the IATSEs and the writers?
No,
look at the history back in 40s, 50s, 60s. See how many people got bombed and from that. Please, do you really think so?
These aren't union people, though.
Oh, so Disney does non-union productions. Okay.
I'm talking about board members, like they did with The Latina.
Yeah,
very
but getting rid of
recently.
board members isn't going to make a difference to Disney. I mean, how many board members do they fucking have? They got what, 10, 12 board members? They could get rid of all
Well,
of them. It's not.
I'm
It's
specifically
not going
looking
to
at the
change
head
the
of
bottom
Lucas-
line. It's not
I'm
going to change their
specifically
bottom
looking at
line.
the head of Lucasfilms specifically. And then as far as Indiana Jones goes and the production, and that was supposed to like save them, it's now becoming like one of the most expensive movies ever made. And the reviews from the Cannes French Film Festival is saying that it's not good. It's
Terrible. It was terrible.
bad.
What is it? So they got
Have you seen
streaming.
it? Don't spoil it, but have you seen it?
It's terrible. I have guys that worked on it. I don't like it, but they're gonna have it. It's in the can. Once it's in the can, I mean, it's a lot of money. But in the future, it's look. They got the most creative accountants I've ever seen in the movie business, and I'm never like this. I'm always a guy that just listens and says a few things about movies and new holdings. But this, you got me jokingly riled about it.
You have the accent of a
I
teacher, so I believe it.
I heard the first script was like so insulting to the fan base, which is like right up Disney's alley. That they had to reshoot it multiple times. They had to rescore it. They had to have John Williams come back. They had to. They've had this thing delayed since COVID. Just like trying to get a handle on it and like finish it, and then then Iger made Kennedy like edit and scrap out some of the pieces. So it's extremely expensive and it's not going to pay off and it's probably going to bomb and it will not be making a profit, and the Disney stock will continue to fall until morale improves.
I agree. That could be. I agree.
Like I said, they've been trying to get unions out of movies forever. It's not going to happen, especially with writers.
No, of course not. Look at the history of how they became movies. The labor. Just look at the history. Look at the movies that are on.
Well, just look. But look at the last writer's strike and look how many people lost their jobs during that time. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, people get laid off, and people are going to get laid off.
They said that they could use this as an advantage to clean house, which Disney needs to do.
I think it's just more of like people have to be more competitive, and at the end of the, like, not to borrow Ayot's phrase, but at the end of the day, like, humans with writing skills are like plentiful, but talented writers are a dime a dozen. And right now, they can hire the best writers the most competitive amount, because they can basically say, like, everything that we would normally do in writers rounds, we can automate that, but we still need someone who actually knows how to fucking write a movie script, because AI is not there yet.
Correct. There's one offshoot of Disney that they're not bothering, and I've told you guys yesterday. I have a buddy I've been a friend since I've been 8 years old. He's a big wig at Pixar. They're not dealing with Pixar. They're letting Pixar be as they always have. So that's a little plus, I guess. Since Disney became Pixar-lated, and they got Pixar, and the movie started changing the look and changing everything, Disney would have been in a bad state if they didn't buy Pixar and took their technology and talent.
And Pixar also had stories that were that were written. I think WALL-E was planned like 12 years before they made it.
I don't know. I'll ask my friend about that because they worked WALL-E. I'll see. That could be, yeah.
That's my second favorite. Tell him that.
I will tell him that. Did you like Up?
Wasn't a huge fan.
What do you think about Elements? Don't you think Elements is kind of like the same as before? The other one they did about the girl with the emotions, in a way? They're kind of like regurgitating?
I think Element looks very, very fun, but also safe.
Correct. I believe so. And it's going right to the theaters. Remember, Pixar put out those $100 million movies right to stream during COVID, and then after that a little bit. Well, after that, no such thing. But they after it was getting less, they still did that. Now they're going right to the theaters. Now, how long are they going to be in the theater before it goes to stream on Disney? That I want to know. By the way, you guys are fantastic. It's my favorite talk of all time. I love you guys on Wall Street Bets.
You're welcome here every single day. We enjoy your company as well.
Hey, thanks. Happy birthday to you.
Were you around for that writer strike that happened in like 2011? I think
I was 2009.
Yes.
I picketed. Holy
And
shit!
how-
Palantir's up again.
Did people like lose their jobs from that? Do you remember?
Yeah, I went every day, even though I wasn't a writer, just to like hang out with like, Jimmy Fallon and all the famous people. It was so fun. I started like going, thinking like I actually had to be there.
Well, it's definitely not good for the stock, but if they play it right, they have an advantage here where they can basically do what I was saying.
But isn't it sort of like, I don't know, I could be wrong about this, but isn't it sort of like the debt ceiling, almost like it's theater, like it always plays out the same way? We all kind of just worry for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not a big deal until it is a big deal. I mean, the one time it does cross over, it'll be cataclysm, and every other time it's not a big deal.
Because it's never happened before, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
A lot of things never happened before until they did. Sorry.
Mommy and daddy start fighting over who gets to spend what, and I don't know. It's money starts freezing up in different sectors, and the sectors start breaking down a little bit, and things get really tense. And then they raise it, and everything starts going back to normal and a little bit bullish. But what really needs to what we need to do is be able to time when they're going to approve it, because then we can get calls beforehand, and then afterwards, once it goes up, you're looking at like 2 to 3 days, and then a possible credit rating drop by some rating agency. And that's when you want to have out the money puts for that, deep out the money, because it's high risk but high reward.
Would you
I agree. The Teamsters are starting to support now the WGA writer's strike. Strike.
They've always kind of, hadn't they? They kind of had like a don't ask, don't tell.
Well, it's news today actually. They're once they put their 2 cents in, let me tell you, that's billions of dollars of 2 cents.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like the dock workers. What are they called? The longshoremen.
Do you know how many guys I had as drivers in the Teamster Union? How many guys I had as drivers? Because you can't drive on a movie set; they drive you everywhere. You know how many guys who became my friends? I find them in books about the mob with a picture in the back.
Of course, yeah.
I'm not kidding.
I keep finding a lot of like CEOs who are like the sons of Colombian crime lords. Cartel, government, what's the difference? So, oh cool, they looking at Sam's. LVF. Next week is CrowdStrike and Salesforce, I think. I don't know if I'm bullish on either of those. I'm so tired.
Yeah, this debt ceiling thing is definitely scaring me, and I think the Nvidia has just created a wave sentiment in the market that everybody thinks everything is okay, but the reality is that people's guidance, other than Nvidia, hasn't changed. I mean, it still hasn't affected the Fed. Like, there are still extremely high interest rates. There's still a lot of people without, money. It's it's going to be a scary 2023. I
The
think.
stocks are all super low in price. Also, like for the most part, they're all kind of at sales compared to what they're worth. Fluctuating, but it's so hard to say that. Like you can say by a sector maybe, like something's in a bubble.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, let's just look at AMD for a perfect example, okay? I mean, they released, decent quarterlies. They beat their last quarterly, but they lowered their guidance, and their stock dropped. What was it, down to 85, if I remember correctly, right? And they've been flying on everybody else's news. I mean, but that really hasn't changed what forward guidance is going to be. So all you're doing is just raising or inflating that stock to be set up for, poor results.
Well, what you just said is kind of like they should have gone up on earnings and didn't, right? Isn't that what you just said? Or did I misunderstand?
No,
Were you saying that, like,
they dropped after their earnings, not because they did beat their earnings, but they lowered their forward guidance for the rest of the year.
Right, but that still means they're going to go up. Like when that happens, they'll drop the next day a lot. Amazon did the same thing. They almost always go back up very quickly within 2 weeks.
The thing is, people are thinking that SPY is the market, and it's not. And when SOXL rockets up like it did yesterday, you're going to see it in SPY. Like you're going to see that reflected. But it's not indicative of the entire market.
Well, I think what has powered the market up, right, is that, mega cap tech, but what will lead the market down may also be mega cap tech, because passive flows or indexers that see some scary headline and rush for the exit, what gets sold first is their biggest part of their portfolio, which is, mega cap tech. I think, you're sort of getting increased volatility through this concentrated, move in technology into those large caps. I think, whoever said it was right. It's sort of juicing it up for a big fall.
Yep. And what I'm kind of what I'm also curious about is how Intel performed yesterday. It dropped like 5%. So I don't understand how AMD, the direct competitor of NVIDIA, goes up 10% along with it. And then Intel, who has a long-standing partnership of making CPUs for NVIDIA's GPUs. And
AMD did release their computer, didn't they? Like the really high-powered computer.
On the same day that NVIDIA had their earnings?
I think so, yeah, or the day before.
And it's just a coincidence that they went up 10%?
Oh no, nothing's a coincidence. No, silly head.
But all I'm saying is that I need someone to explain to me why Intel went down and everything else went up.
Because they're poorly managed compared to AMD, and their cost structure is much more expensive. For one, also AMD
That's
and
not
Intel,
their cost structure is more expensive. What do you mean by that?
they have so AMD is fabless, but Intel has fabs and is looking to make a bunch more. They also.
So that's okay.
Aren't they making CPUs, not GPUs? I mean, this is a core difference, guys.
Yeah.
CPUs aren't used for training AI. You know that, right?
It's flying awesome.
Right.
You use a GPU to train AI. You don't use a CPU to train AI.
Right. NVIDIA is by far the number one for AI, heads and shoulders. But it's just crazy how much it would have.
Didn't Intel release a video card last year or something like that?
It's probably dollar shit.
Are they using their own GPUs?
Intel's going to be fine long term, right?
Okay, hold on. Intel did release their GPUs, and they're awesome. But yeah, for price to performance, they're not blockbuster.
They're good value.
For the average consumer, they're exactly what you need.
I think the development kit is key.
The challenge with the GPUs though is unless you're NVIDIA, you don't have CUDA cores, and if you don't have CUDA cores, you're not working with TensorFlow, and if you're not working with tensors and TensorFlow and PyTorch, and then you're out of the ball game of the most popular model architectures. So you lose all that benefit of a GPU.
Yeah, but looking at the actual commercial market, right? when you go into an office building, there's like 100 different computers, and most of them only need a graphics card for like sharing Zoom meetings. And so, price to performance, Intel's graphics card can't be beat, and they just dropped the price again on it. And that's a prototype, pretty much. It isn't streamlined yet. I think I brought this up like, holy fuck, how long have I been on these talks? Like a year ago? About how their next GPU in the line is going to be even better because they're going to have the tooling needed to package these things cheaper. Like the GPUs that they came in, they were like, there's like, the packaging is way too intense. It just needs to be like assembly line cheap Chinese pushed out. But anyways, this is like, I know you guys want to talk about AI, but I'm talking about the actual like commercial retail space of your average not gaming enthusiast user. Intel's GPUs are good.
Yeah, I could definitely do that.
Gamers don't need a video card.
But for AI, the CUDA development kit is the key. All that software with the AMD technology really makes it rocket off. I had one NVIDIA card, and it didn't support the CUDA technology, so we couldn't even use it for our AI computer vision model we were putting together. Yeah, I think it was one of those 4 gig MXE type NVIDIA cards, but it didn't support CUDA, so it was no good.
Marvell's up 25%, 25.67%.
Yeah, I saw that. Someone was tagging me.
Marvell, oh my god! Marvell follows NVIDIA as the next hot AI stock. The sector is on fire. What in the...
What?
Don't they make batteries?
I have no idea.
I'm starting to really hate this version of the timeline.
It's a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that Playboy has their, this is from Helpful Hyatt, Playboy has their new OnlyFans competitor out. So maybe Playboy stock gets bullish. I don't know.
What's it called?
I don't know. I don't know if I like that.
I don't know. You're going to make me Google this for research purposes.
I think you should do some DD Scald and actually get a subscription. Do some DD first.
Marvel is chips. It's they do chips and AI 5G, I think.
Yeah, no, I was joking.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit triggered because I'm so mad I didn't play that one. I was saying about how I knew it was going to go up.
I think that OnlyFans is like peak creation of
Their OnlyFans rival is called Centerfold.
Can't compete with it.
Yeah, you're breaking up slow. We couldn't hear that.
I was saying that I don't know how Playboy can compete with OnlyFans, because OnlyFans allows women the control to basically monetarily rank themselves, like, and they think that it was like their idea. It's like fucking perfect. I've never seen a better business model.
Yeah,
About
but
competing with them directly, dude. It's just about them capitalizing on the amount of money that's flowing into sex work. Like, but they're trying to make it sexier with a Playboy touch. If you look
So
at
what's
the
like what's
amount
another
of
play on that? Like sex,
oh, I'm saying that is the play. Like,
but it's not
Playboy can
available.
make that.
Oh, you're saying Playboy. They're saying OnlyFans. Sorry.
oh, so like the way Centerfold works is you don't just get to go there and post your shit. There's like a process. Like you will be interviewed. They will like make sure you have the bunny like material, and then
But
they
isn't
will.
Playboy not Playboy? Isn't PLBY a holding company?
No, they own
Oh,
this. They own
we
this.
talked about this a while ago.
Yeah, we
Oh.
already went over this.
So it is.
It
It's
is.
officially
It
them.
is.
Okay, cool.
So
I think
anyway,
it's TLDR. Sorry.
yeah, no, you're all good. So they have like the approved bunny list. So it's less of like, I mean, OnlyFans, anyone could go on there and put up their stuff. Whereas it looks like here, it's a lot more selective as to who becomes a bunny.
Gotcha. So it's a little bit more filtered. You know, it's a little bit more.
Well, we talked about this like back in the Reddit talks. Like, what they were doing was brought in someone who didn't know how to spin whole influencer side of things, and so they got exposed to like Web3. They were gonna launch this like Playboy Web3 mansion, right? And that didn't work. And then they started pivoting to finding influencers that could post the brand and do like shoots and like be on Instagram. So you would see like someone that looked like the girl next door, but then she has all this Playboy branding, and that's how they were advertising. Then like what they're doing now is basically capitalizing on the fact that there are a lot of people who are making massive income posting content on OnlyFans. So it's, once again, them curating their brand and saying like, here's a way for people who used to do this type of modeling, like also taking advantage of the fact that dudes are throwing a ton of money into content on OnlyFans, whether it be like feet pics or whatever.
I get it. So like, it's going to be a little bit more like classy, I guess, or filtered.
Yeah,
But, you
100%,
know,
because you don't want, you know,
to
Harry
quote-
Joe from, you know, Alabama
To,
posting feet pics with like unclipped toenails. You want
Well-
like, you know,
well,
the
the
Playboy
gentleman-
logo on the manicured toenails.
the gentleman, to quote Golem, give it to me raw and wiggling. You know what I'm saying?
That's how you like your feet pics.
Well, actually, this is actually a perfect time to launch this thing, because I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the Hot Waitress Index, but depending on how successful this is, we could use it as an indicator for recession.
I think it's smart by them. I think the Web3 mansion was dumb. As far as like the stock price though, I mean, don't own the Playboy mansion anymore. Majority of their income, I feel like, is just licensing the brand out to other people to put on merchandise. So if they can
Hold
be a
on.
little bit more transparent about how this makes them revenue, I'd be bullish. But right now it looks like they're just trying to figure out how to get their brand back out there and rebuild the image.
Can we revisit that hot waitress index?
Do they allow men on there? Because I want to start my like OnlyFans, but maybe I'll start my own Playboy.
What is the hot waitress index, and how do we use it as an economic indicator?
Yes.
Ask ChatGPT.
Hot waitress index, Investopedia. Holy shit! There's an Investopedia article on it. The
Yeah,
hot
of course.
waitress index
What, you guys think I'm
is
full
an
of shit?
offensive and dubious economic indicator that counts the
Okay.
number of attractive. I'm just reading it. That attracts the number of attractive people working as servers, according to what we will refer to as the attractive server index. The higher the higher the number of good-looking servers, the weaker the current state of the economy. The questionable assumption is that attractive individuals do not have trouble finding higher paying jobs during good times of the economy. During tougher times, though, according to the indicator, high paying jobs are more difficult to get, and therefore a higher number of attractive people will be forced to work service industry jobs. The attractive server index was first articulated by Hugo Lindgren in an article for New Yorker magazine. Lindgren was an American magazine and newspaper writer and editor at the Times. He's also gone into Hollywood production. He has no experience in economics or academia. I love it. I love everything about this indicator.
Yeah, well, you know what? if you want to make money, you're gonna have to use some offensive indicators sometimes.
Yeah, isn't
No, Facebook
the gangbusters usually the Becky trade? That one seems to work.
Well, people stealing so much makeup from Ulta, apparently. That is right alongside the lipstick theory, which is also offensive, but they probably won't mention that. Or the lipstick effect, coupled with stealing. So I'm bearish, dude. I'm bearish overall for sure.
Playboy, so this Playboy app has a body positivity category for the bigger girls. Just throwing that out there.
When did they actually launch this product? Has this been around, or is it like a press release that came out
It
recently?
launched like yesterday or something. Like, this is the relaunch of the product that they had been working on for a long time, and now they relaunched it. So,
okay.
Also, have you heard a lot of the theft, the retail theft that they're saying like organized, and it's not just people?
Yes, and you're going to hear more about it. They're actually going to. I believe that they're going to start pushing it in the media and getting really loud about it, so that they have the impetus to start shutting down stores and turning them into warehouse-only parking lot delivery.
So you think there's a narrative to like foster e-commerce, or?
Hey, Scald, quick question: do those bigger girls do they have to pay to be on the site instead of the other way around?
I have no idea. I just saw that the categories are editors picks, model, TikToker, yoga, sports, body positivity. And then there's a few others, but the app is optimized for mobile, not for desktop, so I can't see them. This is shitty programming.
Yeah, I hate that. The opposite, reverse.
It sounds like
it's
it literally
optimized for
just
mobile.
to me, but whatever.
It's a good point though, because people get scared about the business is going, like the business is closing, right? Like Bed Bath & Beyond, even if you go back like to before it failed, like a lot of stores, people get really scared when the businesses start failing. But e-commerce is a lot more profitable and could be successful if done right. I think Ryan Cohen did it really well with Chewy. They have earnings next week, so that should be interesting to see.
What about stepmoms? I don't see that as a category, but
Anyway, back to
Stepmom.
Playboy real quick, Maggie.
I used to love Playboy. It's one of my favorite stocks.
Yeah, great articles.
they did actually have pretty forward-thinking articles. But
There's
I gotta
something
run,
weird
guys.
about them, though. There's something
I was
about their
gonna say that.
institutional ownership or something.
Oh, Playboy's current stock is a train wreck, guys. I don't.
Yeah, really, really bad about it. Just FYI, don't buy any. Don't put a lot into it. Don't put
Yeah.
any more than like
I'm just,
a lotto ticket.
this is on the category of re. Okay, maybe that's unfair to re. I'm sorry.
What happened?
What? Oh, I
What
was
happened with
saying. No, I was saying buying 1,000 shares of Playboy is on the category of buying 1,000 shares
Oh.
of re. And then I said, maybe that's unfair to re.
Yeah,
Re's
by the way,
got other stuff going for it, whereas Playboy's just like, I guess we'll copy OnlyFans and see what happens, which is not really innovative.
Probably not
By the
far
way,
off from Icon.
I matched with this chick who works at Trump.
That is so much revenue that is coming in if they can get it right. That's what I'm trying to point out to you guys. It's like there is so much passive income being generated by people on OnlyFans, if you can scale that up to the Playboy brand,
Yeah, but you're
and get
saying a lot. That's
guys
a leap,
to
though.
pay
You're
back.
saying. Did you look at the financials? Like, what are they going to do to get there?
Well, how can I look at the financials for a product that they just launched?
What do you mean? Like, at their current
You would compare it to OnlyFans. I mean,
So yeah, if you look at Playboy and you say it's going to be as successful as OnlyFans, you look at the market cap of Playboy and the implied market cap of OnlyFans, it would be a 20 fucking bagger if they got it as good as OnlyFans. It's unlikely because they're the second person to come into the market, right? But even that being said, you know, it seems like they could still have some upward momentum if this gets any traction at all, like the gentleman's saying.
By Silicon.
In as much as I
Silicon, yes.
Side time.
Well, in as much as I hate to break up discussion about anything Playboy, wanted to get the group's thoughts on Kraft Heinz and all the lawsuits and 3G shareholder data misrepresentation. Is that already baked into the price of the stock, or is that gonna dip once they start formally settling and dispersing and paying out claims?
Are they down a lot? I've noticed a lot of the Dow is way down, like 3M.
they're getting slammed with lawsuits right now. It's like one
is that
after the
why?
other. Yeah.
Sorry, we're talking about a Playboy and OnlyFans merger, sir, not ketchup. Give us like 2 minutes.
Fine line.
God,
Fine
you
line.
guys are
Fine line.
Transition.
Jesus.
Just lather it on.
I think what he's trying to say is he's trying to turn it into a mayonnaise play.
What can I say? You guys saw through my tell. I don't know. To me, I think it's a good stock to go long on, right? But I just don't know if it's been officially hammered yet by all these claims, because I'm not seeing it in any of the financial regs per se, but it's out there. I don't know. It's weird.
So their last, well, okay, so like the way that you could look at it, I guess I'm not. I know a little bit about this, but their last lawsuit they settled straight up, which is really nice and clean on the stock movement. And their next one, I think that they're trying to get dismissed, but they might, if they settle that one, then it's a real nice clean slice right off the top of the stock movement. The other thing that they're going through is like some kind of like other lawsuit that they can't settle out of court, and then that. So I would focus mostly on that one and the effects of the speculation on that.
What are the lawsuits for Kraft?
The tech folks in here, anybody keep up with the AI's chip in a petri dish, or what is it? IBM's chip in a petri dish. I was following that loosely, and I'm curious about.
I think I know what you're talking about. Like you're talking about using brains as transistors.
Yeah, cultured neurons.
Yeah, yeah. It's very, very cool. They work better than computers, apparently. There's some real fucking dark shit going on there. I don't think that it will ever be ethically approved for massive scale, and it is some dark voodoo science. And if there's a way to invest in it, let me know.
I mean, it's IBM. That's who was front running it.
Which one's worse, that or CRISPR?
So I know about 10 years ago they had, what was it? They were able to do cultured rat neurons in a petri dish that took about a day to learn how to run a flight simulator.
Hasn't IBM always had Hasn't IBM always had a lot of weird scandals?
I mean,
They
did make those. Never mind. The numbering machines, if anybody knows what I'm talking about.
I think I was just about to say the same.
Did
I'm gonna.
create
I'll
the
try and
internet.
find. I'll try and find what it's called. Forget what it's called. But actually, with this whole like Neuralink thing getting FDA approval, maybe it's possible. But I can see some physical, like it would, like wouldn't it rot? Like how would you keep this thing? How could you sell this thing?
It's
For
going
the
to maintain
scientists to decide.
nutrient solution. It would be my
Oh, yes.
guess. I mean,
Probably mushrooms.
the same way you culture any like long-term cultures for lab, you just got fresh nutrient solution coming through and keep everything clean and sterile. Might be good
That's
news for
amazing,
corn
yeah.
too, because they're going to feed it sugar.
Oh, the Brazilian private equity. Oh, interesting.
Scald, are you referring to the high target of $4.20?
Yes. We think
Can't
that
make
Reed
that up.
hit a high of 420. Can't make that up.
Have you seen everything retracing up like 69 cents? So funny.
Jeez. I tried to become a bunny, but they don't allow male bunnies.
Okay, look up
bad.
organoid. It's called,
Just shave your beard.
it's called organoid intelligence, and apparently it blows AI out of the water.
I thought that like Playboy is no longer. Well, I guess because he's dead. Maybe I was thinking that.
I'm gonna go try to snag a nap before I have to go to this potluck at the club. I'll see you all later.
That's so privileged. Just kidding. I had to go get some positives and some charcuterie over at the club, so I'm gonna snag a nap first.
No, it's just this is the last day of school, so we're having a potluck. And now I have to figure out childcare for myself, which I don't know. I don't know how to care. Like, I don't know a lot about child ownership. Some people refer to this as parenting. I'm just trying my best.
Snacks, a drink, and a jacket.
That's all you need to have your little human survive?
Well, we need to do lots of other things too, but those are the easiest to forget.
Oh, I could just set up a little playroom next to my trading station. I'm sure that wouldn't go terribly. You guys
It will.
You guys just hear
There'll be
Dirty
an
Explorer in the
accidental
background?
foot bought when you're in the bathroom. All of a sudden, they come back and there'll be 10,000 foots placed.
Yeah.
One time I came back from the bathroom and mine got an Enderman pearl. I didn't even know how to do that myself.
Oh man, that's pretty awesome.
I know. I was very impressed.
Yeah.
What's next week? CrowdStrike. I feel like CrowdStrike will do well next week because if I'm not mistaken, they did not go up on last earnings, even though they did well. Salesforce, I don't think I'm very bullish on. I forget what Okta is, but that has earnings. OKTA. Isn't that mining, I think? I'm gonna close my big lot spread. 20%. Should we look at the low IVs or the high IVs? Okay, lowest IVs it is. Great answer. Let's see. It's all the normal suspects. Coca-Cola, Cisco, Apple, IBM. Microsoft has a cheap call. Mm. Oracle. Might be a good one. Qualcomm has a low IV call. Outlier. That might be good. Has that popped off? Do you think Qualcomm will move with all the chips? It's at 106.66 right now. There's a low IV. The lowest IV on the chain for Qualcomm is all the way up though. It's 170 January 2024. That's the lowest for 39 cents. I might do that. Whoa, there's a ton of Intel put volume. Super in the money at $35 strike. That's kind of crazy, and it's low IV with a huge amount of volume and open interest. It's weird. I mean, that's pretty bullish on Intel. And Ford has really cheap IVs. Low, whatever it's, what do you call a spike down? Lowering of IVs on the 1250 strikes in June. That's about it. Oh wait, don't a lot of people like gold? There's a
Oh, the adrenaline for the morning wore off. You guys still have money?
Nope.
I'm buying back the. I sold some leaps, which I rarely do. Just one. I said plural, but just one. So I was able to buy it back this morning for next to nothing.
Which company?
Oh, this is a sundial.
Oh, Sundial, really well.
Yeah, I have my entire position of sundial has been paid with riding covered calls, basically.
Okay. How many shares do you hold?
Right now I only have 250, down from 600, down from 3,600.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but I'll keep on buying.
Were they getting called away?
Yeah, I've been called away, but it's okay because it's successful.
Nice. Yeah, if the premium covers how much the difference of the stock going down, doesn't that make it worth it?
Yeah, well, when it's in the news, I think the governor of Florida was, I think they have created a signature list, and so he's the governor of Florida. Apparently, I don't really know a lot about it. He's fighting Disney, wants to run for president, and he was fighting this marijuana legalization thing as well, or at least putting it in the news. And it's very good when that is in the news for me, because I can sell a leap option for $30 and I can buy it back. I just increased my overall shares. And it's like a day, and then I just write a weekly. So it's just money on top of money, but little bits of it. So.
Yeah, I've done that strategy a few times, but sometimes I get like trapped where the whatever strike I pick is it's like too far, and I just close the position instead of rolling it.
Right, like right now, the option that I wrote that expires. I have one expiring today, and then so I wrote another one that is going to expire next Friday. But after commissions, I think my profit is 34 cents. Yeah, it really is pretty lame. But I don't know. I'm gonna keep on doing it. I'm posting on my server what a lot of my trades are.
You have your own Discord?
Yeah. It says stocks place. I mean, I just started it, right? So if anybody runs over there, they're not all up there. But as I do stuff,
That's cool.
yeah, post them up there. It's kind of like I'm sort of targeting beginners, so they don't have to,
Yeah, I've been trying to help out people too, even if it's just like showing them how to get going and like buying an ETF.
Yeah.
Oh, and Dink said that she's got a paper trading account now, so she's trying to figure things out.
Which I don't know. I don't
Good
know.
for her.
Years ago, I don't know. I would have. I would have considered that an insult, but it's like to get a paper trading account. But I don't know. You know, she may be a minor, so you guys might want to.
But she said she's 25, but you never know. I think Peggy's friends with her. I think she just left though.
So, what was the big sell today? What was that? What was Hardy up to? And the earnings, right? Earnings for chips, for chip manufacturing. Yeah, well, yeah, semiconductor manufacturers. I mean, if there's earnings out there for chips, that's what I would be on.
Yeah, I didn't directly buy Nvidia, but I own like some leveraged ETF shares that hold Nvidia, so that bumped my shares up quite a bit without even doing anything.
I just got out of a small position in Taiwan Semiconductor because it's 11 o'clock, and I feel I'll be able to buy it back in a couple hours or less than what it's trading at 11. Experience has just told me that works. It may not work. It's fine. But like, as people leave their trading desks, you know, to when they're tired of, when people leave their trading desks and head out for lunch, they figure out like what they might own, and they go ahead and put in orders for it. And so your intraday highs tend to be around from like 11 to 12, just as an average. If the stock's not in the news and there's no earnings and so forth, then that's what tends to happen. They're just exchanging shares. That's all they're doing.
We also have a 3-day weekend.
Yeah. What's the holiday?
Memorial Day.
Ah, fuck. I was married on Memorial Day. You probably remember that.
All right, I'm guessing you're divorced now?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a lot of stuff there. Yep. Yeah, and so my ex-wife, like I was figuring, and like I was telling her, you know, because I'm like a nice guy. Okay, I just put it to everyone just like that. And what I was telling her was like the things that she's thinking about they're somewhat distorted from the way that human beings actually occur on the planet. And I write books in addition to other things. And so I had like books that I was writing on at the time that were focusing on this specific subject. And she had a lot to do with it because she was providing a lot of material, a lot of psychological types of things. You know, and my ex-wife was an executive. So she was under pressure, and psychological tactics. So one of the books I have out there is called her. This is not a plug. I've been here for a while, but it's called Her Evil Points. So we can treat her even better. And what it does is it catalogs essentially all of the lambasting kind of tactics that, if you're a male in the world, that they're likely to play on you. And when you actually really consider it, guys do the same type of thing. But guys also need an outlet. They need to be able to pick up this book and flip through it and go, God damn it, that's one right there. They need to be able to go through it and look at it. Because they're not every guy has a daughter. Not every guy had a sister. Not every guy has a mother. You see what I'm saying? Well, they have a mother, but they don't know them. So anyway, she got married, and the guy he put up a bunch of cameras to video my daughter as she's taking hot tub. We had a nice place. So we have a pool, we have a lake, okay, and there's a hot tub. So his cameras posted all over the place. And as it turns out, he lied from the very beginning. And then